Hello, good morning, you guys. Welcome into the Museum of Glass. Just so everybody knows what we're doing today, we are starting our Goblet Week. We started on Wednesday, and so we are on the third day of Goblet Week. We're here with one of our artists, Michael. So you'll be able to see him making some really cool goblets. You can actually see some of them on display here. So in between the time where we're talking about your guys' lesson for today, you can also be watching what we're going to be doing on the hot shop floor. So I'll give you guys like a quick 5 minutes to kind of hang out, settle in, and then we'll get started in a little bit. All right, good morning, you guys. We're going to go ahead and get started. If we could please see the Science of Art Phenomena PowerPoint. I hope everyone's doing good today. You're my first group of the morning, so it's exciting to have you here. Is there any chance that we can see the Science of Art Phenomena PowerPoint, please? All right, so we're going to get through the whole PowerPoint, and then if you guys have any questions at all, I'm here to answer them for you. But as we get started, I know that these are lessons that you guys are going to be doing shortly in your science classes, but haven't quite started doing at the moment. So we're going to kind of just do a slight little introduction to some of the things that happen in everyday life through conduction, convection, and radiation, but also how we can see it here at our hot shop. So the first one on our list to go over is going to be conduction. It requires that molecules touch each other, making it a slower process than convection or radiation. Atoms and molecules with a lot of energy have more kinetic energy and engage in more collisions with other matter. They are hot. When hot matter interacts with cold matter, some energy gets transferred during the collision. This drives conduction. Forms of matter that readily conduct heat are called thermal conductors. So kind of just an example in your everyday life is going to be when you put hot water into a mug, the outside and the handle of the mug will start to get warm or hot, just like the liquid is on the inside. And in our hot shop, something we can actually see with our eyes is going to be what we call our pipe warmer. So right here in front of you, you can see the actual fire inside of there. And as that fire comes up and hits the pipe, the heat starts to transfer onto the pipe, warming it up. Can we go to the next slide? So the next one's going to be convection. This is the movement of fluid molecules from higher temperature to lower temperature regions. Changing the temperature of a fluid affects its density, producing convection currents. So an example is hot air rises and cooler air sinks and replaces it. In our hot shop, we can also see convection when we watch the glass go from being liquid when it's hot to slowly going solid as it starts to cool down. And can we see the next slide? The next one's going to be radiation. Radiation is the release of electromagnetic energy. Another name for thermal radiation is radiant heat. Unlike conduction or convection, radiation requires no medium for heat transfer. So an example you can think of is the heat that comes from the sun. So when you're outside on a sunny day and you start to get hot, that's because the sun is radiating heat. In our hot shop, something that radiates heat is going to be what we call our glory holes. So these kind of big round glowing chambers, they're constantly radiating heat and producing heat so that we can heat up our glass. So we'll continue hanging out watching the glass blowers. And if you guys have any questions, let me know, okay? All right, so for the rest of my audience who's here with us, I just want to do another quick introduction. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. It is Goblet Week, so we're here making goblets all week. My name is Charlotte, and I'm going to be your MC for the day. So if you have any questions that come up during the demonstration, please let me know. I'm here to answer them and talk to you about glass. We have our artist Michael here, who's currently handling all of the hot glass. So you can see he's going to be the one going to and from the bench working on the goblets. We also have some of his previously made goblets up on display so that you can get more of a visual idea of what beautiful, different goblets he has made in the past. You can see that currently we are not working with color at the moment, so we're just working with clear glass. And I do believe that we already finished off one of the cups, or as we call them, bowls of the goblets, and it has been placed into what we call our garage. So the garage is this big silver box over here. It kind of just can hold the glass at a stable temperature for us to be able to pull it in and out, so that we can continue working with it and add it to the rest of the goblet when we're ready. So what we'll probably be doing is starting to build that stem eventually, but in the meantime, we're going to continue making some more of those bowls so that we have them already prepped and ready to go in our garage. I just want to check in over here with my students to make sure that we don't have any questions that have come up as we've been watching. You can see right now we're actually going in and starting to open up that cup or the bowl part of our goblet. And we're using some really small, basically glass scissors. They're called shears that we use to cut into the glass. And now you'll be able to see with a little bit of pressure, we're going to start opening up that lip of our goblet. All right, so you'll see we're going to go ahead and break off our next glass to one of our goblets. And we actually just go in and kind of torch that little connection point where we broke it off of our pipe just to smooth out any rough edges. And then away it goes into our garage to be kept safe at a stable temperature until we're ready for it a little bit later on. All right, so we can see that we are just about getting to that kind of point where we're almost done with another one of the bowls of our goblets. And so far, every single one that we have watched him make has been a different silhouette, different shape, which is definitely a pretty big characteristic of Michael's goblets, is that he really loves to play with the silhouette of the goblets and to make a really interesting kind of almost like a landscape as you look at them all next to one another. We actually have this really beautiful drawing down here on this front table that I just love looking at because it really shows you and showcases the different ways that we can mix and match goblets and really how interchangeable they are, and also how much like the artist's approach can really change a goblet. They're very traditional Venetian styled, goblets. They're made up of those 5 parts, but then what makes them so interesting is the way that the artist then interprets that very standard, cut and dry Venetian goblet, right? By adding their own color, their own interesting shapes, textures to the glass. And I just think that Michael does a really incredible job at showcasing all the different ways that we can picture and design this goblet. It makes it really fun to watch him create all these different unique shapes. All right, hello, Stewart Middle School. Welcome to the Museum of Glass Hot Shop. I'm going to be walking you through what we're doing here in our hot shop. It is Goblet Week this week, so we're making these beautiful glasses that you can see on the podium here that we have on display. We have Michael with us, who is making all of these goblets, and it looks like we just finished off another bowl of our goblet, so we're going to be putting that away. We're going to have a quick little 5 minutes for you guys to settle in and kind of watch what's going on the hot shop floor, and then I will begin the PowerPoint for you guys. So if you have any questions that come up while you're in here, please let me know. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get going on the PowerPoint now. So if we can please pull up the Science of Art Phenomena PowerPoint, that would be great. All right, so the stuff that we're going to be talking about briefly is stuff that you guys will be going over in your own science class. You'll be doing your own experiments for it and all that, but you probably haven't started it just yet. So we're just going to be giving you a little brief overview so that you have some knowledge on it before you guys start your science class. So the first one we're going to go over is going to be conduction. So conduction requires that molecules touch each other, making it a slower process than convection or radiation. Atoms and molecules with a lot of energy have more kinetic energy and engage in more collisions with other matter. When hot matter interacts with cold matter, some energy gets transferred during the collision. This drives conduction. Forms of matter that readily conduct heat are called thermal conductors. So in your science class, you'll be doing an experiment of conducting heat through an aluminum bar. Here in our hot shop, one of the ways that we see conduction is going to be through our pipe warmers. So if you can see like the open fire that is kind of in the wall right here, that's how we heat up our pipes. So the heat actually comes up, hits the pipes, and then continues to heat it. The other way that you can see conduction in your life is going to be through, like if you fill a mug with hot water, you start to feel the heat on the outside and on the handle of the mug. The next one that we're going to talk about is going to be convection. So convection is the movement of fluid molecules, and we're moving the fluid molecules from higher temperature to lower temperature regions. Changing the temperature of a fluid affects its density, producing convection currents. So hot air rises and cold air actually goes down. You guys probably already know this, right? This is something we all know. In our hot shop, though, what we can see is as the glass heats up, it starts to become more liquid and fluid. And as it cools down, it transforms back into being a solid again. And then the last one, before you guys can hang out and keep watching, is going to be radiation. So radiation is the release of electromagnetic energy. Another name for thermal radiation is radiant heat. Unlike conduction or convection, radiation requires no medium for heat transfer. So the most obvious one in your everyday life is going to be the sun. When you go outside on a sunny day and you start to get hot and you start to feel the heat from the sun, that's radiation. That's the heat radiating off of the sun onto your skin without it needing any sort of kind of medium in between. In our hot shop, radiation that we feel is going to be from what we call our glory holes. So some of you guys can probably actually feel the heat coming off of these big round chambers that are glowing, because they're radiating a lot of heat so that we can heat up our glass. That's all. So if you guys have any questions as you continue to watch the hot shop, let me know. But yeah, just enjoy your time. Thank you. So just to give some quick information about our hot shop, in glass blowing, the first thing that we always have to do is get glass. So we get all of our glass from our glass furnace. You're actually going to see Ben. He's the one standing over by that kind of large metal thing that has the door on it. That's going to be one of our glass furnaces. We have 2 of them inside of our hot shop. So we kind of do this rotation back and forth. When one of them is full, the other one is getting refilled, and we kind of go back and forth between the 2. But these glass furnaces are always on all the time, 24/7. We never turn them off. You can imagine they hold about 1,000 pounds of hot molten glass. So if we were turning it off at the end of the day and then trying to reheat it in the morning, we probably wouldn't be able to in time. And then you guys would just be hanging out and watching us stand around and not glass blow. So we keep them on all the time. The other thing that is really essential in our hot shop, and actually you can see right now as Sarah goes in to actually gather some of that hot glass. The other important thing in our hot shop is what we call our glory holes. So these are the big round reheating chambers. They're at about 2,100, 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. And they allow us to reheat our glass as it starts to cool down. If we were to not continuously reheat the glass and keep it within a certain temperature, it would have thermoshock and then would actually explode on itself. So we have to constantly make sure that it's at the right temperature for us to keep working with it before we're finished with the piece and able to actually put it in an annealer for it to cool down. That's a good question. So glass blowing's been it's been around for a really long time, and so through a lot of learning, we've discovered that we can kind of insulate the inside of our glory holes to make sure that that heat can stay inside and doesn't escape very easily. All right, so while we're hanging out and just enjoying Michael make these bowls of our goblets that we'll be producing, I'm wondering if we can see the slide that shows all the different pieces that make up a goblet. So you can see from this image that was actually drawn on our very own hot shop floor, these are all the different pieces that go into your very traditional, typical Venetian goblet. This also means that the stem of the goblet can sometimes be solid glass or can be a blown stem, so there will actually be an air pocket inside of the stem. But we've been working on the bowl, and we've been adding the avolio, which is kind of like this little joint piece that connects the bowl of the goblet to the rest of the stem. And then eventually we'll start kind of making our way down the list, starting to create those other elements that get included into the goblet. Michael also likes to kind of either add more elements or take away certain elements, so we'll be able to see definitely a diverse kind of way of making a goblet. All right, so there's another one of the bowls of our goblets being placed away into our garage. Yeah, that is actually a really good eye. That is wax that we use to kind of lubricate the metal tools. So that we don't start to scratch or you don't hear that really awful sound of the metal scraping on the glass. We use a little bit of wax to kind of lubricate and allow us to better shape the glass as we work with it. People don't usually see that. So again, we have all of those bowls of the goblets inside of our garage over here. So we're going to start getting ready to probably make the actual stems so that we can attach those bowls onto the stems and have a complete goblet, which will be very exciting because we've pretty much just been hanging out making all the kind of like the pre-work, right? We've been doing all the getting ready so that we can then make the actual full goblet. So what you can see right now is we've taken some of that glass out of our glass furnace, and Ben is currently putting it into a optic mold, is what we call it. So this gives the outside appearance of the glass more texture and kind of a pattern on the surface. If you look at the podium, you can actually see the goblet that has those lines in it is one of those goblets that he used a optic mold on to create that patterning on the outside of the glass. You can see now that he just went into our box over here that is actually kind of holding some of that probably gold leaf. Yes. So there's gold leaf in there, and basically that box is kind of just sucking air from the bottom so that the gold leaf actually stays inside of that box for us to be able to come and pick it up onto the surface of the glass. And he's going in and creating the first piece of our stem, which is going to be the optic ball. So if we could pull up that picture again of the different parts and elements that make up a goblet, we can see the optic ball has that patterning on the outside, right? It has those ridges on it. And we get that from putting it into the optic mold. And then he goes in, Michael will then create it into that sphere so that we can actually start on making the stem of our goblet, of our first goblet. We've also added that gold leaf, so now we can actually see a little bit more interest as we look at this glass that we're working with now. It definitely has a much different color than when we were just working with the clear, making the bowls of our goblets. And if we could possibly see the PowerPoint for Goblet Week, just so that we can talk about the event that we have tomorrow, we'll be hosting a wine tasting and artist reception along with a goblet sale tomorrow. So if you're in the area and you want to come and visit while we do a little celebration for Goblet Week, please come. You can get tickets, and we have the QR code. You can also find information at the front desk. Along with that, we also have a raffle that we're going to be doing for Goblet Week. So when you were walking in, if you happen to see the kind of the wine bottle and the 2 goblets right when you entered the hot shop, we're raffling those off. So you can purchase a ticket for the raffle for $25 and get a chance to win those 3 items. Back on the hot shop floor, we are adding that blown stem. So we just added the blown stem. We came in with a bubble of glass, and we added it onto the Optic ball so that we could then come in, shape it a little bit more. And this stem will not be solid glass. It'll have that hollow space on the inside. So we're going in now and attaching the foot onto our goblet stem. You'll see that Michael's going to go in with his jacks and separate this bubble of glass into two separate pieces so that he can come in and actually remove some of that excess glass. So now we have a small opening left over from that glass that we broke off. And what we'll do is we're going to see that he's going to go from the inside of that bubble and start to open it outwards to create that foot. It's all down here. It blows at me all day. Yeah. I know, there's definitely cold spots. I know, right? That's the only issue with sitting that front row. You do feel that cool air that we blow in here constantly. Glass blowers are grateful for it though, right? So you'll see we've opened up the foot all the way, and we're going to be getting ready to actually transfer the entire stem of the goblet onto a new pipe. So we're going to make an attachment down at the bottom where the foot is so that we can kind of flip the whole piece to the opposite side and be able to attach the bowl, or what most of you would think of as the cup of the goblet, onto the other side. You'll see that Michael's going in with a very small torch to kind of apply some more of that specific heat to a certain area. We're trying to heat up that spot so that we can then come in and attach our glass on. And this is the first time this morning we're getting a full look at a completely put together and nearly finished goblet. Now that the bowl of the goblet is attached, some very small adjustments get made. Otherwise, we get prepared and ready for it to be broken off the pipe and put away into our annealer. Gently tapping it off now. Can we give a round of applause for our first finished goblet? If you came in a little bit late or you want to see the process again, we'll be starting on another one just momentarily. Okay, hi. Welcome in Stewart Middle School. I'm going to be the one guiding you through your PowerPoint today. I'm going to give you about like 5 minutes to kind of hang out, settle in, and watch what we're doing here in the hot shop. We're working on some goblets today. It's Goblet Week, so you can actually see some of the examples here on the pedestal of what we're making with our visiting artist, Michael. Right now we're working on the stem of a goblet that will be then adding on the bowl and then finished. So we're going to watch it, hang out for a moment, and then I'll be back over here to start your PowerPoint. You can see Michael just went in with a tool that we call a Sophietta. Glass blowers will use this to kind of put air back into the glass after it's been disconnected from its blowpipe and we no longer have that airflow. We're able to use a Sophietta just to kind of get some more air back in there, try and get some more shape into it. He's going to go from the inside and begin kind of adding a little bit of pressure to push the edges of that glass outwards. And this is going to become the foot of the goblet. This time around, after a second heat, you can really see how we're able to spread that glass outwards to create that more flat surface for the goblet to be able to stand on. So you can see we are very carefully adding on that bowl of the goblet. And next up, we'll see that Michael's just going to go in, kind of perfect some of those little edges, make sure everything's really nice and center on his pipe before he gets ready to break it off and put it away. You'll see we are getting ready now to go ahead and break the goblet off of its pipe to be put away into the annealer. And can we give a round of applause for another finished one? So our glass blowers will be getting started on another one here. We're just going to continue to create these goblets. So if you want to keep hanging out and watching the process, please do. All right, can we go ahead and pull up the Science of Art Phenomena PowerPoint? I'm back, you guys. Did we enjoy seeing the finished goblet get put away? Wasn't that really cool to see it get all put together? He just grabbed some of the gold leaf out of this box here. So you'll be able to see that we're adding a little bit of that gold leaf onto the surface of the glass. Anyway, I'm going to be talking to you guys about some stuff for your science class that you haven't done just yet. But this is kind of just a way to get you prepared for what you'll be doing in your own science classes. Did you have a question? All right, so the first thing we're going to be talking about is conduction. So conduction requires that molecules touch each other, making it a slower process than convection or radiation. Atoms and molecules with a lot of energy have more kinetic energy and engage in more collisions with other matter. They are hot. So when hot matter interacts with cold matter, some energy gets transferred during the collision. This drives conduction. Forms of matter that readily conduct heat are called thermal conductors. So in your guys' science experiment that you will eventually be doing, you'll be conducting heat through aluminum, and you'll be able to see how aluminum is a thermal conductor. In your real life, one of the ways you can think about it is when you put hot water into a mug or into a cup, the glass starts to get hot as well. So you start to feel the heat on the outside and on the handle of your cup when you put that hot water into it. In our hot shop, if you guys can all see the open flame that's inside of that hole in the wall, that's what we call our pipe warmer. So that fire hits the surface of our pipes and starts heating them so that we can then use them in glass blowing. The next one that we will be talking about is convection. So convection is the movement of fluid molecules from higher temperature to lower temperature regions. Changing the temperature of a fluid affects its density, producing convection currents. In your class, you'll work with honey to show how the viscosity changes as it heats up and cools down. And similar to in glass blowing, as the glass heats up, it's fluid and liquid, and as it cools down, it starts to become a solid again, and we can no longer continue shaping it and changing it. The next one we'll talk about is radiation. So radiation is the release of electromagnetic energy. Another name for thermal radiation is radiant heat. Unlike conduction or convection, radiation requires no medium for heat transfer. So what that means is that we don't need something for the heat to travel through. So you can think of it as on a hot day when the sun is out and you're outside, you can feel the heat from the sun radiating, right, off of the sun onto your skin, and then you start to get warm. You'll do it in your class as well by testing the difference between how heat hits silver versus black cans. In our case, in the hot shop, you can probably feel the heat from where you're sitting. We can feel the heat radiating out of our glory holes that we use to reheat our glass. So those are all the things that I had to tell you about. For the rest of the time that you're here, you can hang out and enjoy the glass blowers working on some more of these goblets. And if you have any questions, let me know. Meanwhile, on the hot shop, we are attaching on a foot to the goblet that we're working on. So you can see on this specific goblet, we have added 3 of those optic balls, as we call them. A very short stem, and then we're going in and adding the foot of the goblet. So the foot of the goblet is the last piece that we attach onto the stem before we then prepare to add the bowl of the goblet. So as we start to get ready, you'll see we're preparing the bowl that's sitting in our garage to be pulled out and attached. And we'll also be getting ready to take this stem and actually put it onto a new pipe so that we can work with the opposite side of the glass. You'll see very carefully Michael's going to attach that new pipe and get ready to break the stem off of its original pipe. All it takes is just a little bit of that kind of tapping on the pipe to send those vibrations through to the weak spot in the glass. So then it will just break right in that perfect spot. We will now see the final step of our goblet, which is adding our bowl on. You can see that the bowl also has its own individual piece right on the end that we call the avolio. So this is a small bit of clear glass shaped in a particular way to kind of perform almost as a joint where we connect the stem to the bowl. Getting ready to break it off and take it away. Yeah, a round of applause. There is another beautiful goblet finished and put away into our annealer. So our annealing oven is extremely important in glass blowing because if we didn't have somewhere to put our glass to allow it to slowly cool down over a longer period of time, we would actually have thermal shock to the glass. So any of the glass that you see on the floor that gets broken off is in a state where it's extremely dangerous to touch or pick up. And this is because as it cools down at that rapid rate, it can cause it to actually self-implode. So by being able to put it into the annealer, we're giving it the time it needs to slowly cool down to our room temperature, which usually is about like an overnight kind of endeavor. It can depend on how long we need to put it in there, all depending on the thickness of the glass. In our case, since goblets are notoriously known for their very thin, delicate glass, we'll be able to most likely pull these out sometime tomorrow morning and be able to see them all finished. So we can see that we added that gold leaf onto the surface of our glass, and we've now started shaping it into the optic ball of the stem of our goblet. We're going in now with just a little bit of clear glass to create what we call a disc. And it's pretty much what it says it is. It's just a small disc of glass that kind of creates the site where we will then attach the stem onto the rest of the goblet. We can now see that Ben is preparing what will become the stem of our goblet that we will be attaching on to the rest of what we have. So you can see that bubble. We are going in and attaching it on so that we can create this blown stem to our goblet. And just to really kind of make it clear again, in case you weren't here when I discussed it a little bit earlier, our artist Michael makes this whole goblet thing look extremely seamless and like a dream, like it's not even any sort of sweat. That's because he has many years of practice, training, and skill. Goblet making is one of the most challenging, most difficult forms of glass blowing, especially this very traditional Venetian style where the glass is kept very thin, it's very delicate, and the intricate stacking of those individual pieces, making sure they remain centered with each other and even, is very challenging. So it's lovely to be able to watch Michael at work and see how easy he makes it all look. So you'll see we're adding just a little bit of clear glass onto the end of that blown stem so that we can prepare to add the foot onto the goblet. So you'll see how one glass blower is blowing some air into that bubble as we have attached it onto the rest of the stem. And then simply Michael goes in and actually cuts away the glass from its original pipe so it's now added on to the entire stem. And he'll be able to separate this glass into two separate pieces so that he can then remove the excess that he doesn't need and then have a small opening left over that he'll be able to use as a way to get to the inside and begin opening it up to create that foot. Again, going in with what we call a soffietta to kind of just add some more air back into the glass once it's been disconnected from its blowpipe. Sometimes we can lose shape a little bit, and we are able to use the soffietta to blow our own breath back into the glass, just to give it some more roundness up towards the top so that he can now go in from that small opening and apply some slight pressure to open up the glass to create the foot. And you can see how we use a wooden paddle to kind of help create that even surface to make sure that when we are actually eventually using the goblet, that it sits and rests on a flat surface evenly and doesn't kind of teeter or, feel unstable. Again, we're going to get ready to move on to a new pipe. So we'll see, we're going to make the attachment to the bottom of the foot. Carefully break it off so that we can start working with the other side. I'm not resting on it as much as it looks like I am, but Will say I've also gotten pretty accustomed to sometimes getting surprised by them and not knowing that they're going to do something. And so having it right here always ready definitely helps as well. We're getting ready now to attach that bowl onto the rest of the other half of the goblet. So you can see we come over with that bowl of the goblet, which we had stored away in what we call our garage, hanging out, waiting in there while we made the rest of the goblet. You'll see Michael's going to make some small adjustments to the goblet before we're then able to see it get broken off of its pipe and put away. Here we go, breaking it off. And round of applause for another one finished. We can do better than that. One more applause for Michael and all the goblets he's made. So it looks like he just drew a goblet that he didn't previously have on his page that we're about to start on now. This one's a little bit different than the other ones just because it's got a really interesting shape on that stem. So we'll see kind of the steps that he takes to achieve that and how it'll be pretty different from the ones that we've been watching throughout this demonstration. So if you've been here for a little bit and you've been watching, you'll notice that we're already taking a different approach than what we had been doing. Usually we would take our glass, we'd get the gold leaf, we'd put it into the optic mold to create that optic ball that we have. You can kind of see the examples of over there. This time we've blown it out with that gold leaf on it and created a little bit of a different shape for the starting of the stem than we normally would. So it looks like we're getting ready to attach on what will become the foot of the goblet. We'll now see how Michael will start to apply a little bit of pressure from the inside of that bubble to start creating the foot of the goblet. So you can see just how he's able to open up that glass pretty gently. We go in with the paddle alongside it to provide that even and solid base. We'll now get ready to attach that new pipe onto the bottom of the foot so that we can start working with the other side of the goblet stem. And you can actually see here, while that punny is still warm and we have that glass on the end of the pipe is still hot, he's able to go in and actually make some slight adjustments to kind of the placement and make sure that the glass is actually even and centered on the pipe. You'll see we're coming over with the bowl of the goblet to make the attachment between the two. Now he'll just go and make any small final adjustments to it before he decides it's ready to be broken off and put away into the annealer. We are now breaking it off of its pipe, picking it up and taking it off. All right, so it sounds like we're going to do one more before we go on lunch. So if you didn't get to see it or you want to hang out and watch it all over again, we'll be doing hopefully one more since we have 15 minutes before our lunch break. All right, everybody. So it does look like we are going on lunch. Um, if you want to come and join us back at 2:10 when we come back from our hour-long lunch break, we'll be here making goblets once again with Michael. So we hope to see you then. If not, thank you for coming to the Museum of Glass and have a great rest of your day.
All right, so welcome into the hot shop to everyone who has joined in. I'm sure a lot of you already know, but today we have a visiting artist on the hot shop floor, and he is the third artist of our lineup for Goblet Week. His name is Michael Schunke, and he's the one who's going to be sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else is supporting him and creating his work. It looks like he's brought a single assistant of his own, but everyone else is working for the Museum of Glass, and they're part of our full-time hot shop team. And yeah, one huge aspect of their jobs is to help visiting artists like they are today. So we will see a variety of goblets being made today. I believe that these are some examples of our visiting artist goblets up in the front here. And if you're curious about what's going on over on the left, they're just checking out some goblets that were made by our visiting artist yesterday. So just a little bit unrelated, but also kind of exciting. And yeah, we're still getting started in the hot shop. They're probably deliberating who's going to do what task. But apparently they've already done a little bit of prep work for the second half of the day. They made some bowls for the goblets, which are the drinking portions, of course. And they set them aside in the garage, this large silver box right here. So we'll be pulling them out one by one and attaching them to some stems and some feet for our goblets. So you'll see the assembly process, which is very exciting. Now it looks like we're setting up a little bit more leaf, probably gold leaf, maybe silver leaf inside of this box in the front. And it's important that we use this box. This has a little bit of an air suction. It pulls the leaf down. It prevents it from flying away in our hot shop since we have a lot of good ventilation in here. I know some new people have joined in here and there, so hello, welcome in. Just want to give a little recap and talk about what we have going on. So we already have multiple components for some goblets that we're going to be making today already prepared, such as the bowls of some goblets set aside in the garage here apparently. So we'll pull those out one at a time and start assembling pieces together. And today we have Michael Schunke. He's the one who's sitting and working at the center bench throughout the day today. And we just had his slideshow up on the screen, so you got a little glimpse of his work just before we got started. Yeah, here's that slideshow again, just in case any of you guys missed it. And it looks like we're just getting started down on the hot shop floor. So Michael has just gotten a bit of clear glass on the end of a hollow pipe, blown a small bubble with this, and then immediately rolled it over some leaf inside of that box to pick it up. And just to mention, this entire week, once again, this is Goblet Week. This is the third day of the week, so we've had our third artist in here today, Michael Schunke. But the past couple of days, we've been making goblets all day as well. Different artists have been coming in, and we'll have a different artist here for the next 2 days as well. And a lot of these goblets that are being produced are going to be sold during a special event tomorrow evening. I'm not sure if the tickets are sold out for that already. Hopefully not, because I'm advertising it now. It's a really fun event. It's a wine tasting and goblet sale, and there's also a small auction within it as well. And there are also raffle tickets that could be purchased just outside of the overall goblet sale. And this raffle is for a hand-blown glass bottle and 2 goblets, which are actually displayed in the front of the hot shop as soon as you walk through the doors. So. And can we please, oh wait, never mind. Yeah, there we go. We have a view of the center bench up on the screen now. Just want to make sure that everyone has a good view of what's going on. So we've already blown up this bubble. We've turned it into a pretty perfect sphere. And we've just brought over another small bit of clear. And you could kind of just think of this bit of clear as an attachment point for any other sections that will attach next. And we've just brought over a small bit of cane. Cane is basically the stick of glass. Usually it has color or design stripes inside of it, but this cane is actually just completely clear through and through. We're heating up the end of it pretty lightly, and we will attach it to the end of this ball, it looks like. Now this is something I haven't personally seen, so this is pretty interesting. But this is just creating a thin but long section of the stem. So we've melted down the very, very end of this clear rod of glass and pushed it down to form a small disc at the very end. And this is just acting as a platform for our next bit of glass to be attached, which we've just brought over now. And there we have up on the screen a nice close-up view of the goblet making. This is something we have set up throughout Goblet Week just to give people a closer look at these pieces since they are really small, intricate pieces of glass. And I want to mention, goblets are probably one of the most technically challenging, if not just the most technically challenging thing to make out of glass. And frequently glass blowers will test their skills or their skill sets by making goblets. And they actually just call them cups, interestingly enough. So it's like, oh, what are you making today? Cups. And you might imagine like a kitchen drinking glass, but it's actually this really intricate goblet. Also, just now at the center bench, we've brought over a clear bubble. This is eventually going to become our foot. So this is a blown foot. We'll go through the process of opening this bubble up and then eventually completely flaring it open into a flat plate-like shape, creating our foot. So we're working from the top of the stem to the bottom. And there we just used the Sophietta very briefly. I was describing this tool to some others previously, but this cone-shaped tool will block off the opening to a piece and it allows us to reinflate that glass a little bit. So this is mostly to thin that glass out, but it could also be to get a little bit of a wider shape as well, kind of a starting shape. And now you'll see Michael start to open this up. He'll go on the inside with a pair of jacks, these two metal blades. And to finish off the shape of the foot, it's usually sandwiched between two tools at the same time, just straightening and evening everything out. And this glass has cooled down a pretty nice amount, pretty large amount. And you can see the color of the ball a lot better, which we can tell now has a gold leaf over the surface. Earlier I was trying to figure out if it was gold or silver that they were working with. And we have a really big step coming up. So soon we'll have to bring over another pipe and we'll attach this to the center of the bottom of the foot and we'll break the stem off of this pipe completely, which gives us access to the top of the stem. And of course, this is where we need to attach the bowl of our goblet, which we are preparing to bring that out right about now. Once again, these are sitting inside of the garage, this large silver box. So this is a very quick move. After superheating the top of the stem, we immediately bring over the bowl and attach this to that freshly hot glass. And then we'll break away this small pipe that was used to bring the bowl over. So now we have all of our individual components connected. From here, they just have to make sure everything stays straight and even before they break the entire piece off of this pipe and then put it away. So just like that, a little tap of the pipe and this goblet has broken off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing this piece. That was a clean, successful break. So this has gone inside of the annealer. This large box sits just at about 900 degrees Fahrenheit the entire day. We continuously fill it up and then press a button, which then the programming slowly cools it for about 12 hours. So you won't see the pieces again until tomorrow, just like how we're just seeing these pieces from yesterday over there. And yeah, this is super fun to narrate. They're just going to continue to whip these goblets out. They make them shockingly fast. And I think I'll give a little overview of the hot shop just in case anyone hasn't been in one before real quick, now that I have kind of a quiet moment. But yeah, so starting off, I want to point out where all of our projects start. This is the glass furnace, a large tank with a closed door in the back there. This specifically is what holds our molten material. So this holds up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass inside of a ceramic crucible. It's very impressive. You open the door, you can't even see anything inside of it because it's glowing so brightly. And that's sitting at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. It stays on 24/7, so we never shut it off. And if it were to shut off, then it could be catastrophic. It can actually break the tank that it's sitting inside of. Now these other furnaces with the open faces, these are used for reheating the glass. They run a little bit warmer, up to about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. And of course, we're always back and forth in between these guys because we have to make sure the glass is staying just hot enough to not break, but also just cool enough to not melt the glass and lose our shape. So very intricate process. We'll use different torches throughout the process as well. This one, I think in this case, we're mostly just leaving it on so that we can reach back and ignite our other smaller torches without having to go through the process of finding an ignition flame. But these smaller torches, they run off of propane and oxygen, so they produce a really focused hot flame up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So an impressive amount of heat, and of course these guys that are working with the glass themselves are very impressive. A lot of them have probably between 20 and 30 years of experience. I'm not sure about our visiting artist himself, but that's the experience of our hot shop team that works here. And could I have Michael's work up on the screen briefly, please? I just want to make sure that you guys have had a chance to see this if you haven't already. So this is our visiting artist artwork up on the screen, Michael Schunke. And yeah, he's our third visiting artist of Goblet Week. So we have already built our stem, and just now we've brought over a bubble, which, of course, if you haven't seen this yet, this is going to become our foot, a blown foot specifically. So we'll section this bubble off, open it up, and then eventually flare it completely open to create our foot. And yeah, since we have these bowls for our goblets already made, once again, the bowls are the drinking portion of the goblet, we're just able to make the stems and the foot over and over again and just keep assembling them one after the other. But you can tell already, all of these are turning out pretty different from each other. So we'll have a wide variety of different designs, different shapes and patterns. Man, I get questions about the history of glass making and kind of the background on goblet making specifically, especially during this week, but we will have an entire Venetian goblet lecture on Sunday. We have another MC here at the Museum of Glass. He is a very talented kind of glass historian, honestly. He has so much history that he has memorized, and he'll be giving a goblet lecture on Sunday. So if anyone wants to tune in, it should be live streamed, or of course coming in person, watch them make even more goblets and hear that lecture. Yeah, if anyone ever has any questions at any point, feel free to just grab my attention and I'll come right over and answer any questions that you might have. It can be about the visiting artists or about the glass in general. Oh, yeah, I can pull up the slideshow again. Is that what you're wondering? Or ooh, that's a good question. Our visiting artist, Michael, I'm sure he does a wide variety of things like that. He probably does commission work. He also puts things in museum collections as well as exhibits and I'm sure different galleries. Yeah, you'll have to point out specifically which one. This one? Yeah, that one. Gosh, that is a beautiful display. I'll have to ask him about that when I have some time. I don't want to disturb his work, but I would assume that it was put on display in probably an area more like a museum. Usually if you're selling work, it's more singular items, I would believe, or a singular setup, like a chandelier, which is composed of many items, but it's still one. All right, could we focus back on the center bench, please? Thank you very much. So it looks like we are getting pretty close to attaching the bowl of our goblet again. We've been heating up the top of the stem over and over again, just making sure that this glass is partially molten at least. Now we bring over that bowl. And this one has a little bit of a different design on it from the last one. Attach this right to the top of our stem and then break away this smaller pipe. Man, that is a really interesting shape. So if we're finishing one every half hour, maybe every 20 minutes even, but let's give them half hour just to be safe, then we could say that they might make about 5 more of these. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, all of them, they're all going to be a little bit different from each other, so some of them might have more complex stems that take them more time, but just estimating about 30 minutes each. So after doing some light touch-ups, making sure everything is straight, Michael pops that piece off. And thank you for your round of applause. Yeah, that was a clean break. It's gone inside of the annealer right alongside of our first piece. I'm sure a lot of you guys already saw this box, but for those who haven't, this holds everything at a warm, even temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. I know, nice and toasty, right? And it will slowly cool the glass down for about 12 hours, so we won't see that piece again until tomorrow. Now, I got a question about some of the different textures on the glass, and so I'll pull up a video showing off how we get those textures in the glass. We're using various optic molds, which have ridges or bits of material inside of them that push into the glass in different ways. And this gives us different textures and patterns on the surface of the glass, which these ones are all using optic molds that have ridges going from the top down, basically, inside of those molds. And we have some of these optic molds sitting on the floor just next to this reheating furnace here. Yeah, so could we have the optic mold video, please? Just to show them off.
Optic molds are used by glassblowers to create textures and patterns in blown glass. Nowadays, most optic molds are made from aluminum, but in the good old days, they were often made from cast bronze. They come in different shapes and sizes, depending on their desired effect. To begin, a bubble is formed and is shaped into the rough contour of the inside of the optic mold. The bubble is then heated, inserted into the mold, and blown with force. The resulting bubble can then be shaped into whatever form the artist desires. Today we're going to make an optic twist cup. So the bubble is held at the end while the pipe is rolled on the bench. This creates a spiraling pattern in the glass. The cup is blown to form, puntied up on the bottom, trimmed, and then opened up.
So we're getting started on the next piece already. Once again, probably starting with a stem, which we already have a bowl for. Yeah, so we just did that right this second as you asked, actually. So we pick it up from inside of this box here, and the only reason we use that is it almost is like a reverse air hockey table. It has all these little holes, and it has air suction pulling down to make sure that the leaf doesn't fly away. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. Yeah, all he does is, yeah, I know, it happens so quickly, right? Yeah. So all we do is we roll the molten glass over top of it, and since that metal is so soft, it just sticks right to the surface of the glass. Yeah, I just had a good thought kind of stemming from a question I just got. So just to mention, once again, we did start Goblet Week on Wednesday. So if there's any artists that you feel like you missed out on seeing and you want to see more of the variety of goblets that were made this week, you can always pull up old live streams on our YouTube channel. They are all saved there, even from years and years and years ago. So if you want to watch any artist's work be made, then you can always just scroll through there and search up specific live streams. It's really cool. Also, we did use an optic mold for this bubble at the center bench, this stem component, which I played a video on earlier. And so we just have these simple ridges all the way around the bubble for this one. So sometimes goblets will have blown stems instead of solid components in their stems. So I assume this is going to be kind of the longer component of the stem is this bubble that we just attached. So I do get questions about why we have to use the torches in general if we have this big kind of reheating oven anyways. And so just to point out, sure a lot of you might already know, but we use these torches to heat up sections of the glass at a time, and this is especially important for when we're working on smaller detailed items like this. It's almost like sculpting. We just have to work with such a small amount of glass at a time. And if we heat up everything, then we lose the shape that we've already worked so hard to get. But this little handheld torch, these can get up to about 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a really impressive amount of heat. That's over double the heat of the molten glass itself, which coming fresh out of the glass furnace, that tank is sitting at just about 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. We've just brought over a couple of bits of clear glass and attached it to the bottom of the stem. And this is just creating a disc on the very end, or kind of a landing pad for our blown foot, which we'll be soon attaching. So we've just brought over another small blown clear bubble. Once again, this is creating our blown foot. So I haven't exactly highlighted the process of opening the foot up yet. I just kind of briefly say and then they open the foot up. But the way that they do it is they section the bubble off. When they're sectioning the bubble off, they don't cinch all the way down in between those two sections of the bubble, which allows air to pass in between those two sections. So when they break that end section off, this leaves them with an opening into that remaining section attached to the bottom of the stem. And so from there, they can go inside of that opening, start flaring it out like a plate, which of course is where we're at right now. At this point, we have straightened the foot out. We now have this really nice shape, and we'll get ready to break this piece off and attach the bowl of our goblet. Also, we're not really working with colored glass in the hot shop today. The only colors that we're seeing within this glass are the gold leaf that we're using so far. But when we have colored glass, we use different metals and minerals in the kind of raw glass mixture to get these different colors. Some good examples of these are cobalt blue, common antiquing glass, which comes from a literal form of cobalt. It's not just a name. And then the ruby red, that is not coming from ruby. It is actually coming from gold chloride, which creates a pinkish reddish color. And that is the most expensive color in glass because it has gold in it, or at least one of the most expensive colors. So we have attached that pipe to the bottom of the foot. We've broken this piece off from its original pipe. Now we'll start heating up the top of the stem. And next we have just brought that bowl over and attached it just to the top of the stem. And we break away this smaller pipe. We're left with our completely assembled goblet. Now we just have to keep this warm, and we'll do a little bit of touching up, making sure everything is straightened and evened out before we break this fully off of the pipe and put it away. And yeah, for those who just joined, as you can see, we're making some goblets today. And this is Goblet Week. So this is the third day of Goblet Week. We have Michael Schunke in here today, who is sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him is just acting as his support today. And a lot of these people are working for the Museum of Glass. They work here full time. So just like that, we have tapped the pipe. That goblet came cleanly off. And thanks for the round of applause, everyone. This has gone inside of the annealer. For those who are newcomers, this box just holds it at a warm, even temperature of about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. And then with the press of a button, everything inside slowly cools all at once for about 12 hours. So we won't see those pieces again until tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to continue to make these goblets for the rest of the day today. They're all turning out different shapes and different designs, and we're using gold leaf as our only color inside of these goblets. And let's pull up Michael's work up on the screen again, please. So we have a little bit of time, so just for those who haven't seen it yet, Michael Schunke's work is on the screen. Once again, he's our visiting artist today. And yeah, he's been here since 10 this morning working on these various goblets, and you can see that he creates these relatively frequently. So we're getting started on the next goblet already. If you haven't seen this process yet, we will start with a single gather of clear glass on the end of our pipe, and then we will blow a small bubble and immediately pick up our gold leaf from inside of this box, which we use this box to make sure it doesn't fly away. It has a little bit of an air suction inside of it to keep the leaf in one place. And just like that, we have our color for this piece. So now we'll start blowing this out, shaping it into a component of our stem. Now, could we have a view of the center bench, please? Thank you. Oh, and I want to mention one more time for the newcomers, I kind of talked about what we're doing this week, which we're having different visiting artists in each day. We're making goblets every day through Sunday, but we will be selling a lot of these goblets, actually, during a wine tasting and sale, and I think there will also be a small auction tomorrow evening, 5:30 p.m. And yeah, it's a really fun event. Then there's also going to be a raffle, which I believe is technically separate from the sale, so you don't necessarily have to physically be there, but you can purchase a raffle ticket for a chance to win a hand-blown wine bottle with 2 goblets. And I think that's on display right here in the front of the hot shop when you walk in through the doors. So if you want to physically see what you would be raffling or what you'd be trying to win, it's there for you to see. And it looks like we are already preparing the foot for this goblet. And just to save a little bit of time and space, Ben uses the residual heat from just getting the fresh glass out of the furnace, uses that to blow that bubble out and shape it with the jacks, just creating that divot in the glass. And then this is pretty quickly dropped down onto the end of our stem and then cut off. And once again, we'll go through that process of opening this bubble up, which I described it briefly earlier. We section the bubble off and then knock one of those sections off before going inside of a remaining opening. Yeah, so we don't see them use this tool super often during this process specifically, but that cone-shaped tool, that's the Sophietta, and the cone will block off the opening to the piece, and then we use the mouthpiece on the other end to kind of reinflate the glass. So this is thinning the glass out. It's getting us closer to the shape we want before we start fully going in and opening this bubble up into a plate-like shape. Because once again, this is turning into the foot of the goblet. You can already see the shape coming out. And to finish the foot off, this is sandwiched between a wooden paddle and the jacks on that opposite side, just straightening everything out, making sure everything is flat. Oh, and this is a detail I haven't quite mentioned yet, but whenever we're preparing these punties are these pipes that we bring over and then we'll attach to the piece like we are right now in order to break the piece off from its original pipe. But these punties have something different going on. So if you look closely, you can see that the punty looks a little bit matte. It doesn't look like shiny glass like we normally have. And this is because we're purposefully rolling it, I think, in chalk. And this is to, quote unquote, dirty the glass up, making that connection weaker, and therefore making the piece easier to break off in the very end when we go to put it away. So just making sure that it'll pop off at the end. And it looks like we've heated up the top of the stem enough to bring that bowl over and attach all of our components together. So just like that, our goblet is pretty much assembled. We just have to make sure everything is straightened out before we get ready to break it off and put it away. So a really subtle detail, whenever we're going in between the furnace and the bench, heating it up over and over again, we're just making sure that everything is staying warm enough to not crack. But you'll notice that they're setting it down very, very gently, very gingerly. And this is to avoid creating any vibrations in the pipe. Those vibrations can travel through the piece and break the piece off of the pipe or break a component within the piece. So this is especially important, especially as we get further along in the process. And just like that, we have finished our goblet, so just a tap of the pipe. And this piece should pop right off. And this is why we create those dirty punties. We want to make sure that that connection is weak enough to just pop off at the very end. But sometimes that connection still holds on, so every once in a while they'll apply some water to the very end of the pipe to crack that connection, or they will just try again in general. Yeah, it happens every now and then. Buy his goblets. They'll be on sale tomorrow. But yeah, they are very technically challenging pieces to make. It's an extreme balance of heat. If it's too cold, then it breaks, just like it did here. If it's too hot, then you lose the shape that you've worked hard to get. So that means that we will have to start a new goblet. But they have many of those bowls set aside already made, so we're just continuing to put them together and finish them off. Yeah, welcome again to anyone that has recently joined us in the hot shop. Today we have a visiting artist who has been and will continue to make goblets for the rest of the day today. This is Goblet Week, so an entire week of goblet making. This is the third day with Michael Schunke, and he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. Everyone else around him is supporting him in creating this work. And in the end, tomorrow, a lot of these pieces are going to be sold during the goblet sale and wine tasting. I think there will even be a small auction as well during that sale. And as soon as this goblet is finished, I'll show off some of his work, just let you guys see what else he makes. And the center bench, we have, of course, just finished making the foot of the goblet. And this is made originally from a bubble of glass. They section off, open up, and then flare out into that foot. Our next step is attaching a pipe to the center of the bottom of the foot, breaking the stem off of the pipe that it's on right now completely. And then we'll be able to attach the bowl of the goblet, which we are already preparing to take out over on the left. And I keep mentioning this box, but I haven't really described it quite yet. So this large silver box on the left, this is the garage. And anything we put inside of it is kept at or heated up to about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, which is a really happy medium temperature for glass. We can cool it further from that temperature, or we can heat it further from that temperature. So the center bench, we just attached that pipe as I was describing a moment ago, and then we broke this entire stem off from the pipe it was created on. And this is, of course, where we're going to be placing the bowl. So we'll heat up the top of the stem until it's probably softer than a piece of taffy. And then we'll bring over the bowl and attach our final pieces together. So we have just brought that bowl over with a little tap of the pipe. We disconnect this bowl from what it was carried over on. And next, Michael's just going to do a little bit of touching up, making sure everything is straight and even before he breaks it off and puts it away. So just like that, this goblet is done. With a little tap of the pipe, it pops cleanly off. Thanks for the applause. And yeah, this goes inside of the annealer. I think that was our 4th goblet that we've made in the second half of the day so far. They are just whipping these out like crazy. And this box, if you haven't seen it already, this is the annealer. It sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit. We'll continue to load it up until the end of the day, which then we press a button and cool everything for about 12 hours. And this is almost kind of a minimum cycle. The thicker the glass, the longer it takes. And these are pretty small pieces of glass. And now we can see some of Michael's work. I just didn't want to show this off quite yet while we were highlighting the process itself. But yeah, there will be a slideshow that should pop up on the screen pretty shortly, showing off some of our visiting artists' previously made artwork. And you'll see he works on making goblets pretty frequently. Okay, could we have Michael's work up on the screen, please? Thank you. Thank you. So this time it looks like we're blowing out a bowl for a goblet, and we have picked up a little bit of a different leaf, it appears, maybe a silver leaf. And just to orient you a little bit, if you haven't seen the bowl making process yet, the bottom of the bowl that is attached to the stem is usually the area that is furthest away from the pipe. So you can see that we're going to have a round, kind of squat bottom to this bowl, and then a tall, maybe thinner upper portion of the bowl. So these two bits of clear that have been brought over and are being attached to the bottom of the bowl, these are turning into something called the ovulio. And this is basically just a connection point between the bowl and the stem of the goblet. So we'll create this ovulio, and then we'll attach a pipe just to the very bottom or the end of the ovulio, and then break this bubble off from the pipe it's on right now. Now, usually when making goblets in multiple components like we're seeing today, you'll make multiple bowls, like 3 or 4 of them. You'll set them aside, and then you'll start making the stems one by one. So we'll see how many they make. I assume that they'll try to finish all these before the end of the day today at 5. So they've just brought over that punty. It's again the second pipe that we attach to the piece in order to break the piece off from its original pipe. And with the opening of this bowl, Michael is going in with a pair of tweezers. He's pinched and pulled the opening outward. This is mostly just to stretch out this area of the glass. And next he goes in with some shears and he's cutting or trimming off this excess glass that he pulled out, leaving with a nice thin, even opening to the piece. And I've always heard that it's especially important to have a really nice thin lip. Like nobody wants to put a glass in their mouth and the lip is kind of thick and hard to get your lips around, I guess. Yeah, Michael fully flares this bowl open using the jacks, those 2 metal blades. And for the few who just joined in, I say bowl as in the drinking portion of a goblet because we are making a variety of goblets today, kind of like what you're seeing on the front pedestal here. And these, the only color that you see within them are silver and gold leaf. This one that we're working on right now has silver leaf across the bubble, which appears almost gray or maybe even a little bit black. And to finish this bowl off, simply cut off with a pipe and placed onto a heated tray. We of course don't want the hot glass to touch any cold metal, so this tray is specifically heated before it's brought over. And then we carry this bowl over to the garage, which is this large silver box right here. So this is what they did earlier. They made multiple of these bowls over and over again. They set them aside to keep them warm, and then they'll create the stems and the foot of the goblet one by one and start assembling all the pieces together. So we'll probably see them make at least one or two more of these bowls, and then they'll start putting everything together. And this is where we're keeping the gold and silver leaf for the few who just joined in. It's this black box in the front. It has a little bit of air suction pulling downward so that the leaf doesn't fly away, because we have such good ventilation in the hot shop that it would just fly off of the table. So it looks like we've picked up another bit of silver leaf. And this piece of glass is already hollow. We'll be able to continue blowing it out from here to create our next goblet component. So once again, we're working on the bottom portion of the bowl right now. And I know the blowing is very brief, so Just to point out, whenever somebody has their mouth on the end of the pipe, this is them expanding the glass like a balloon, and that's where the blowing and glass blowing comes into play, of course. But since this glass is so thin, they actually have to be really careful not to blow it out much further than it already is. Otherwise, the glass would be so thin that the next time they go in the heat, just kind of collapses in on itself. Or it can even burst, technically. It's really hard to get it that thin. And we have just created the ovolio. Just like with our last piece, we create this very small, kind of dainty connection point between the bowl of the goblet and the stem. And they have just brought over a punty, which is basically just a second pipe that we attach somewhere to the piece in order to break the piece off from its original pipe. Now, usually this is a very symmetrical connection and is attached to the center, the bottom of the piece. But for sculptural items, for example, solid piece of glass, like a sea turtle, off the top of my head, you would attach the punty maybe on the back of the shell, so it would be an asymmetrical connection. Now that we have flipped the orientation of the piece, we'll be able to go inside of the piece and start flaring this open into our final shape. And I think that these designs are just flowing straight from the artist's brain and into his hands, by the way. I don't think that he has these planned and sketched out beforehand. I think he's just making what comes to mind, which is really fun. So after trimming some excess glass off and building up a little bit more heat, we use the Sophietta, this cone-shaped tool. The cone blocks off the opening, and then we reinflate the glass using the mouthpiece on the end, of course. So just thinning out the glass more and getting us closer to our final shape. And then we continue to flare it out using the jacks as 2 metal blades. So after finishing the shape of the bowl, we're getting ready to break it off and put it away, or set it aside in this case. So we're cutting at that connection with these shears, and then we'll knock it off onto a heated tray. Specifically, we heat this tray to avoid the hot glass touching any cold metal, preventing thermal shock. And that was a successful break. After a light torch, we'll set this aside in the garage. Which, once again, this box, it keeps anything we put inside of it at just about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So later on, we'll pull it back out and attach it to the top of the stem. And did I tell you guys what is happening with these goblets yet? No, not yet? Okay. So I just want to mention real quick that these goblets are actually being sold tomorrow during our artist reception, wine tasting, and goblet sale kind of combo. It's going to be a big event at 5:30 p.m. And there's also a raffle to partake in. You don't have to physically be at the event, but the raffle is for a bottle that's been hand blown and then 2 goblets as well. And this is inside of the display case in the entrance of the hot shop if anyone wants to check it out. But yeah, all of the artists' goblets that are made during this week, except for, I think, tomorrow and Sunday, because they won't cool down in time for tomorrow night, obviously, will be sold during that sale. And could we have Michael's work up on the screen again, please? So I don't think that you guys have had a chance to see this quite yet. So up on the screen, there is a slideshow showing off some of our visiting artists' kind of finished artwork, some of his previous works. And I'm sure these include gallery displays, museum displays, and possibly even commissions. But yeah, these are the works that he's made in the past. Yeah, for those who are just joining in, I'm just showing off some of our visiting artist artwork up on the screen. And once again, our visiting artist, he's the one who's been sitting and working at the center bench. His name is Michael Schunke. Now, the only color that we're seeing in the glass today is actually coming in the form of silver leaf and gold leaf. So this piece that we're working on right now has some silver leaf across the surface. Okay, so apparently it's copper leaf, which makes sense because it's not this reflective silver color. It's turning out a little bit darker. And some of these pieces up on the front pedestal, they have copper leaf on them as well. So if anyone wants to take a closer look, you're always welcome to come down into the front row and just look at these. But yeah, we have some copper leaf on the surface of this piece right here at the center bench. And for those who are just joining in, we've been working on a few bowls for our goblets. And the bowl is the drinking portion of the goblet, of course. This is, I believe, going to be our third bowl in a row that we're working on. And we're setting them aside, keeping them warm in this silver box right here at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This is the garage. And then after we have finished making a few of these bowls, we'll start making the stems and the foot of the goblet, and we'll bring all of the components together and finish off the individual goblets. And of course, I'm sure you guys all already know, but this is Goblet Week. This is the third day of Goblet Week. And we have a different artist in here on the floor every day making their own completely different version of goblets. And a lot of these goblets are going to be sold tomorrow evening during a wine tasting and goblet sale. And that'll be happening at 5:30. And yeah, it's a really fun event. There's also a raffle that you guys can partake in. I've been making sure to point it out because this is something you don't have to physically be here for, which is nice. You can purchase a ticket and there's a chance to win a bottle and 2 goblets that have been made. So sadly, we can't reuse this glass because it has bits of gold leaf and silver leaf. No, copper leaf, right. Yeah, copper that we're using. And so it's not pure clear glass anymore. But we can reuse the pure clear glass, which that tends to be the majority of our scrap anyways. And this is all the scrap that's been created throughout the day today. So we create very little waste. By the way, the glass that we use in this hot shop is a soda lime glass, which means that there's a little bit of soda ash, a little bit of limestone, but this glass is mostly silica sand, of course, as glass is. And yeah, we're not seeing any color other than just those metal leaves, which is a little bit unusual. Now we are breaking this bowl off and setting it aside. This is being broken off onto a heated tray just to avoid any thermal shock. And once again, that's the garage. It just keeps things warm at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now we can probably start making those stems. We'll see what they do next. But they usually will make like 4 or 5 bowls, and they'll set them aside, and then they just make all the stems at once. There's probably a couple reasons for it. One of the reasons being if some component breaks and they could just pull out another bowl and they have one ready instead of having to scrap everything. And another reason being they can just kind of get in the flow of things and do the same thing over and over again, kind of production style. I love it when I get questions about the cone. So interestingly enough, this cone is mostly aesthetic. It is built as a tribute of what this area used to be and what it used to be used for, which was a lot of logging. So we had these burners that looked a lot like this cone all along this waterway here, the Theophos waterway. They were used for burning leftover wood scraps. And they demolished those, of course, when they cleaned up the area. They cleaned up this whole waterway. They built the bridge. They built the museum. And yeah, this is just kind of telling a story about the past of the area. So all the furnaces, they run off of natural gas and forced air. We also do have another fuel source technically. We have some propane and oxygen in these torches for a more focused hot flame, which you'll see us use those eventually if you stick around for the putting together of the goblets. So this is a piece of glass that has a bit of copper leaf on it as well, just like that last one we blew out. But it looks like this is turning into a stem, so you guys are going to see a goblet put together right away. How lucky. So because these pieces of glass are so small and so thin, we are going back and forth between the bench and the hole over and over and over again. And yeah, they really only have seconds of working time before they have to start heating it up again. When it's fresh out of the furnace, they have a lot more working time because the glass is completely molten at that point at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And technically, as long as the glass is above 1000 degrees Fahrenheit, it is moving a little bit. So goblets are kind of a test to a glassblower's level of skill sometimes. That's how some glassblowers view making goblets. And they tend to just call these cups, which is kind of funny to me personally, because when I think of a cup, I think of like a kitchen glass, which is just one kind of solid shape, but they call these cups. Yeah, but this is like supposed to see how skilled a glassblower is, or tell you how skilled a glassblower is. So it's almost a competition between themselves. Sometimes they'll help each other out and kind of compete with each other at the same time. And then there's also, of course, speaking of competition in glassblowing, Netflix show called Blown Away, which is a competition glassblowing show. So if you want to see real competition, then that's something you could watch. But yeah. Yeah, so we've blown out another bubble. We dropped it onto the very bottom of our stem. And this is going to create something called a blown foot. So we will open this bubble back up and we'll flare it open into a plate-like shape to create our foot. This is something that we do for all of the goblets. And this, once again, has that same copper leaf across the surface of the glass. Any color you see is mostly just coming from the heat of the glass at this moment. So our next steps are going to be attaching a pipe to the center of the bottom of this foot and then breaking this entire piece of glass off of the pipe that it's on right now. And this is going to give us access to the top of the stem, which we will then attach the bowl that we created. And we're already preparing that bowl right now. There's a little flame in the corner of the garage that will preheat pieces of glass inside of before bringing them out. So we've just brought that punty over. So again, this second pipe that we use. And broke that entire piece off. So our next step is going to be superheating or heating the top of the stem enough for it to become pretty soft and kind of sticky. And then we'll bring the bowl over and attach those pieces together. This piece will be pretty much done. Yeah, they make these super fast. It's kind of like magic. They only take between, say, 15 to 30 minutes each. Maybe closer to 30 minutes, including the time for all the individual components and prep work. Now this is a little piece of copper tubing. This is being used to completely round out the very top of the stem so that it's marble-like. So just another extra detail, just perfecting everything. And we've just brought that bowl over. And with the little tap of the pipe, all of our pieces are connected. So now everything is kept warm and some minor adjustments are made just to make sure that everything is straight and evened out before they put this piece away. Yeah, this is a super intricate process. I have been mentioning throughout the day today, but goblets are probably the most challenging thing technically you can make out of glass. There's just so many small components coming together. They're very easy to break or mess up, and you just have to restart. And we have finished that goblet, so hopefully with just a small tap of the pipe, that piece cleanly broke off. Let's give them a round of applause for finishing that goblet. Thank you. All right, so this has gone inside of the annealer alongside all the other goblets we have finished throughout the day today. And this box, it sits at just about 900 degrees Fahrenheit, which keeps the glass steady and kind of stable. Then we press a button to slowly cool everything for about 12 hours. So we don't see those pieces again until tomorrow. They'll be done just in time for the sale. So for those who just joined in, sit tight. We just finished a project, so we're getting started on a new thing. We are making goblets today, which you probably already knew. This is Goblet Week. And today we have Michael Schunke, and he's in the back here. He's the one who's wearing plaid. He'll be sitting at the center bench working. And the only color you're seeing in the goblets today are using gold leaf and copper leaf, interestingly enough. So the pieces we're making now, I think all of them are going to have copper leaf, which give a little bit of a dark blue-green color. And yeah, you'll see us put together an entire goblet. We already made the bowl portion of them, which is the drinking portion. They're sitting inside here staying warm. And then we'll pull it out and attach it to the stem that we create now. So we have already picked up the copper leaf. It's been sitting inside of this black box in the front, which is using air to kind of suction it in place, make sure it doesn't fly away. And we're going in with the jacks next, these two metal blades, and squeezing down on the glass to create our stem design. And all of these goblets are turning out completely different, by the way. I don't think that they even have specific blueprints of what they want to create. I think it's just flowing straight from the artist's brain into his hands and into his work. So these are just coming right from the heart. So we've already gotten to the point where we've finished the shape for our stem. So now we're getting the foot for the goblet ready. And this foot, along with all the other components, is also going to have copper leaf on it. So we're once again rolling that molten glass inside of that black box, picking that copper leaf up. And we'll blow this out and bring it over and attach it to the very end of the stem. And we're cutting the end off to make sure that this copper leaf goes all the way to the very end of the bubble very evenly. And next that bubble is brought over, quite literally dropped onto the end of the stem and then cut off. And the way that this is turned into a foot is they section this bubble off, and they break off a section in order to create an opening. And they kind of flare it open into a plate-like shape. So you'll see all of that. Happens pretty quickly. So So when they're sectioning the bubble off right here, they're not cinching all the way down. This allows air to continue to flow between these two individual sections of the bubble. So when they knock this end piece off, it reveals that small opening. Now at this point, we are flaring this foot open. And when we finish the foot off, we really only have a couple of major steps left. We'll bring over another pipe. We'll attach it to the center of the bottom of the foot. We'll break this entire stem off of the pipe it's on right now. And then we'll bring over the bowl of the goblet, the drinking portion, which we already made. It's just staying warm in this box at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I know that sounds super warm, but it's a very happy medium temperature. If it were any higher, then the glass would start to melt. If it were any lower, then the glass could crack from thermal shock. So after that little process there, once again, this is basically just flip the orientation of the piece. So now we can attach that bowl to the top of the stem. And to do this, we're going to start superheating the top of the stem using a couple of handheld torches. So we've just brought that bowl out and attached it to the top of the stem. And with a little tap, this small secondary pipe is broken away. So now we have all of our pieces assembled. We're just going to straighten everything out before we get ready to completely break it off and then set it aside to cool down. And when we break this piece off, it's going inside of the annealer on the right wall, this large black box. It's going to keep it warm until we press a button, which then everything cools very slowly for about 12 hours. So the pieces will be ready basically just in time for our sale tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. So welcome back into the hot shop. You guys were in here earlier, right? You have familiar faces. So we have been continuing to make goblets. I think that we're on to pretty much our last one. We are working on the foot for the goblet real quick. We already have the stem made. We already have the bowl made, set aside. All we have to do is pull it out and attach all these components together. And of course, we're continuing to use this copper leaf. Earlier, I wasn't sure what exactly we were putting on the surface. I thought it was silver leaf, but apparently it's copper leaf. So this is giving the glass a little bit of a dark blue-green color. So we've gone through the process of sectioning this bubble off. We broke off this end section, and now we are going to start flaring this open into our foot. And to finish this foot off, we're just sandwiching it between the jacks and a wooden paddle, making sure everything is straight and even. And then pretty soon we'll bring over a pipe and attach this just to the center of the bottom of the piece in order to break this piece entirely off of the pipe it's on right now. And after breaking that off, we just have one major step left. We're heating up the top of the stem, and then we'll bring over the bowl of the goblet and attach those pieces together. So that goblet has been finished. The annealer is decently full. They'll press a button, slowly cool everything, and we'll sell those goblets tomorrow evening.